I just really fell. Tripped over my own foot.
Nice. Oh, hello. So, hello, everybody. I am joined today by Kirsty from Capeth Bookish. My love.
Hi. I mean, you're lucky that Ren's even here, considering it was me. My phone popped up saying Ren is going live in 30 minutes while we were on a WhatsApp call, and I was like, are you aware that you're going live in 30 minutes? And Ren
No.
was like,
And then was immediately about to cancel the sprints so I could just keep gaming.
and I wouldn't let them.
But yeah, so these are technically Roll of Reads sprints. So I'm going to try and actually read something from my Roll of Reads TBR because I need to. I had like an entire week this month where I didn't read anything, so I'm a little bit behind.
Whereas I've been the opposite for once, and I think all but one day this month I've read every single day.
So impressive.
And of course, my headphone just died.
Nice.
It's been bleeping at me for about half an hour, so it was bound to happen.
Okay. So I'm going to read The Wicker King by Kay Ancrum. I haven't started it, but this is my excuse to. So this is on my TBR. This was a like a host rec. I swapped one of my prompts for a host rec, and I feel like I should love this. Max read it last year. He borrowed it, and this became his favorite book of the year.
I remember.
So,
I was on a video call with him while he was reading it, and he was like, "Oh my god!" Where's that thing on me?
So yeah, I feel like I desperately need to read this, and I love the way Kay Ancrum does. Like, they're not chapters; it's just like each page is kind of its own thing. So it's such a quick read. Or like when I read The Weight of Stars, that was really, really quick. So hopefully I'll be able to read this physically because I don't physically read. But what are you doing, Maya?
Oh, I am making candles. I am in my garden work shed, so if you just heard a massive bus go past, I apologise. But I need to have the door open for ventilation, otherwise I will gas myself out. But I'm hoping to relaunch my shop in April. And with the relaunch, I want to have a couple of new ranges. So I've got like a Raven Boys. I've decided I'm making Caves Water today. So I'm making a couple of Raven Boy candles and wax melts. But I had a really, really bad migraine head day yesterday. And so I might just do the one and then go, no, I can't do any more today. So we shall see how far I get. But my aim is to be listening to either music, because that's what I usually do when I'm making candles, or I might continue my City of Brass. Because the first 2-3 chapters, I was absolutely hooked. You could not get me to stop listening. And then sort of somewhere around about chapter 6, chapter 7, which I think is about a third of the way through the book, it's just gone a bit meh. Like the pace has just dropped for me, and it's just kind of, certainly with Dada and no, because I play Genshin and there's so many Arabic sounding names in one of the areas, I keep getting, I think it's Nari, but Dada and Nari, their storyline, it just kind of became a bit like they're traveling, they're still traveling, and we've been told that they've been traveling for months, yet we've only spent a little bit of time with them. So I kind of felt like I wanted to actually spend more time with them, watching their relationship develop, rather than just being told, oh, they've been traveling for months now. And it's like, cool, but why have we not spent that time with them? So I haven't been enjoying that aspect of it. But now they've entered the city. So there's their storyline and Ali's storyline have now come together, and I'm like, right, okay, maybe something's going to start happening again. So it did have that mid-book slump for me, but it's now starting to pick up a bit, so I might continue that.
That would be cool. Are you like hitting your quota of audiobooks?
Oh, I set my goal for the year. Oops. I just dropped some water on my page.
Looks
But
pretty though.
it's- I can still read it. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we shouldn't multitask when you're in the shed.
I just spilt an oil. It's all good.
Oh,
All over
no.
said notebook. And it's the one that I'm going to use for Kazuha. Anyway. Right. Multitask. Audiobooks. It's all good, guys. All good.
Everything's going well.
I'd like to say that this is like more chaotic than it normally is when I make candles. But that would be lying. But yeah, I set my goal for the year of 200 to really try and get myself back into audiobooks. But until this month, I'd barely done anything. Because, as you know, this month I've binge read 3 of the Raven Boy books back to back.
Yeah.
And so obviously that has helped. And I think I'm now up to, because of those 3, I'm up to like 40 hours. And then when I finish this one, I'll be up to 60 hours. So I'm like, okay, maybe I will get to that quota.
Probably will.
So,
I think you're doing awesome. Oh God, you didn't spill one of the big ones, did you?
No. It was only like this one, but it's oil. So it's not like,
yeah.
It's not like water. Just go to the comments.
Hello,
Smells
Tracy.
nice. And of all of the oils it could get covered in.
True.
It's not the one that smells of dirt.
Starting Finding Eden by Mia Sheridan.
I'm sure I've heard of that.
I was going to say, the title sounds familiar.
Although I now am picturing Finding Nemo.
My God, what if there's like a Finding Nemo retelling? Well, there's my NaNoWriMo project.
I haven't decided yet whether I'm gonna do option A or option B, and I'm like, should probably choose at some point soon.
That would be good. I think I'm gonna go for, unless something else takes my fancy, I'm gonna go for what I was thinking of when I was reading that extreme horror book last month for Thick Thighs. I just want like a plus size sex worker that's like solving crimes.
Nice.
Yeah. I really need to like develop it though, which is what April is all about.
Yes, my 2 were, one was a kind of inspired by Before the Coffee Gets Cold. And it's like the idea that you go into a tea shop, and rather than you choose your tea, when you sit down, your teacup is empty, and the teapot is empty, but when you pour the teapot, it just pours the perfect tea. Like it just knows as soon as you touch it, it just knows what tea you need in that moment. It also had a bit of Psalm for the Wild-Built inspired. And the idea is that with each customer, it would be their journey and what that tea means to them. And then I thought about bringing a little magical element in. So like, say someone's got an illness, the tea just kind of helps soothe that illness, or at least maybe helps identify it. So if you don't know that you're sick and you pour a tea and it comes out a certain color, it's like, it's letting you know that, you know, you need to get seen, there's something wrong. And it's just a way of, you know, people who come to the shop tend to come because they need comfort, or they just need something. And I thought about doing that kind of element, but then the other story is my steampunk sort of darker one, where I've gradually change things, and I'm like, now one of the characters, I've decided to bring my own migraine. Like,
Oh,
I've decided
cool.
the main character, who is she works as a like in the academy, and she's a researcher and an inventor, like sciencey type. I've decided that she also is afflicted with migraines. So when it comes to the bits where they're going down into the sort of undercity, and you know, you need to keep your wits about you and you can't let your guard down, it's like the most inopportune moment for a migraine to hit, and that's when one's going to hit, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to bring that chronic pain and show that yes, we suffer from migraines, but we can still do things, and we are still valid people, and we're still intelligent. Just because I spend half my life on the sofa doesn't mean that my brain is any less valuable.
Yeah, exactly.
And I
Yeah.
kind of want to bring that into that story.
That would be so good.
So
And
I'm
much
kind of torn
needed.
between those two books.
I mean, they both sound amazing, so I'm going to be no help in helping you choose.
No. I mean, you're not in the nicest possible way. You're not help anyway, because you're always like, I love it. And I'm like, can you find some fault somewhere, please? No!
Yes, Liv needs to send some readathon stuff to you.
Yes. It's for the Criminal Minds readathon.
I am currently in season 3 of my rewatch when Emily Prentice is like looking her best. So I'm having a great time.
I would say season 3 Emily is just goat Emily.
So good. So good.
It's like season 5 Reed for me is just oof. Like when he starts growing his hair out a little bit and he starts to like get a bit of an attitude towards people, and you're just like, yes.
Yes.
Pop
Yes. Reed with a bit of an attitude is perfect.
I actually love season 14 and 15 Reed after what happens to him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he just starts to not give a, and the way he will just absolutely go off on one, and there's like one unsub that he just starts beating the shit out of, and I was like, oh, why am I oddly like turned on by this right now?
It's
like
so
Savage
good.
Reed is best Reed. Like, the best quote, one of the best quotes in the entire show is like, I am calm and it's doctor.
Yes, that was so good. Oh, so good.
Like, yes, you are.
The chai time at Cinnamon Gardens.
Ooh.
Oh, I think I know that cover. Is the cover green? And I need to know. I feel like a lot of people are reading more like cozy kind of stuff lately.
I mean, for you guys, it's coming into autumn, so that makes sense that you're going to start reading more cozy autumnal. And then for me, it's just shit. I mean, that actually looks not too bad. What you guys can't see from there is the amount of rain on the ground right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you still can't see it because the towel's green. Like, it's gross.
Yeah.
And I can hear it on the roof.
I like the rain.
I like the rain, but not when it's 360 out of 365 days a year. I know that's an exaggeration, but sometimes it feels like it. And we have actually had rain consistently for something like 33 days in a row now.
That's intense.
Yeah, like, even if it's only been a tiny drizzle, we have had some form of rainfall for 30 odd days.
Wow.
Helps for turning the thing on, doesn't it?
This book actually sounds really good. It's like a nursing home. And it's like a home for those who are lost and the stories they treasure. That sounds so cute.
Mm-hmm.
Liv, you're going to have to tell me how it is, because I might go buy it. Yes, and Ozone. It's book 2 of a duology, not Nemo.
I mean, I gathered it wasn't, but it's just that's where my brain. Anytime I see something that says finding something, I go, Nemo!
I haven't watched that in so long. I need to do a rewatch.
I just love the amount of people that I've traumatized about that film. It's great. When I point out the ecological significance of why Marvin is so desperate to get his son back. And the amount of people that are like, I really could have gone the rest of my life not knowing that. And I'm like, you're welcome.
I'm super behind with reading this month. Same. It's all good.
Oh,
72
God, I'm
books.
with you.
Trying to finish 2 books today since I have nothing else to do.
Holly from Holly Hearts Books, who I love, on Twitter, she put a question up yesterday saying, like, is it just me that's stuck in DNF hell? And I was saying that at the minute I'm nervous to pick up new books because for the last 4 or 5 in a row, they've all been either books I've been excited for that have then severely let me down, or books that have just been so shit that I've DNF'd. I think ignoring the Raven Boys, the last 5 reads have all been 2s, 2.5s, DNFs, and then 1.5. And I'm like, what is going on? Whereas books that I wouldn't normally pick up, aka the Raven Boys, did fantastic. So I'm like, at the minute, I'm starting to pick up books that are not what I would normally go for, in the hope that maybe that's going to have the opposite. Because I'm being so let down by books that I'm excited for and that I think are going to be my kind of thing. So now I'm like, well, if they're letting me down, maybe the ones that I don't expect to like are going to actually shock me.
You could do a video on that, of just like reading books you don't think are usually your thing.
I have about 4 different vlogs that I'm currently in the middle of recording, and it's just it's a lot.
That's fair. Let's peek. This is true. Erin is very good at deciding things.
I think it's going to be the steampunk story, because even though the other one is an idea I like, I currently, other than the concept, I have no other. I've not thought about characters. I've not thought about anything that I want to do with it. I love how I'm just randomly brandishing a whisk. Yeah. Ingredient things you wouldn't expect with candle making: a whisk, but it's great for stirring the wax. But yeah, at least with the other story, I've got a story outline, I've got the characters, I've started writing the thing. I started writing it during Nano, so it's like I know where that one's going and I'm excited. Like the other night, I woke up in the middle of the night with a scene and started writing it down on my phone.
So good.
So I think that will be the one. I think the other one's just going to be like maybe a short story collection that I can work on as and when.
That would be really cool.
Like each chapter will be a different story, kind of like they do with Before the Coffee Gets Cold. Rather than have to try and think about an entire novel.
Fair.
Yay, at least I'm not the only one.
I'm just glad it's no longer a heat wave for me.
Yeah. And you're in one of the cooler parts of Australia.
Yeah, and it's been 33 plus for like a week and a half. Like getting towards 38 on some days, it was absolute torture. So today it was like 19.
On those days, I'm going to my sister's so I can just sleep in the pool.
I wouldn't recommend sleeping in a pool, but swimming in a pool.
You'll just find me in the pool. Dead or alive, I can't determine, but I will be in the pool on those days. I was like, shout, stealing your garden.
Ooh, so far you're loving it. Definitely, I think it's quite sad. You know, I'm always really here for a sad book.
I usually avoid them, but every now and again, I just like with Before the Coffee Gets Cold, I didn't expect it to. I expected it to be, you know, a little bit in the feels. I didn't expect it to catch me the way that it did. And I literally was just, I think I spent about half an hour crying when I finished it. And it started off as like a cry because the book itself was making me cry. And then I think it became a bit of a cathartic, I need to let these emotions out now. And I just went into a big cry that I've not done in about 2 years.
Books are good like that.
Yeah, sometimes you need that therapeutic. Just let it all out and just scream and cry.
Mm. See, Tracy, you might need a cry. So you should read it.
Because I don't know about you, but I hold myself back from those kind of cries because I'm scared that once I start crying, I'm not going to be able to stop and that I'm going to dissolve into like some kind of madness. But then every time I go into one of those cries, I come out of it and I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
like I needed that. Oh,
Well, you know, that sounds like my kind of thing. Mm.
it depends in context for me as to whether that's the sort of thing that I'm okay reading.
Mm. Yeah. Erin
I feel like
knows.
steampunk one is a good one for like steampunk is a good one for like a project like this, doing a challenge, whereas the other one I feel is a bit of a more just take my time, think about it, what I want to do.
Yeah. Mm.
And that's the
This is true.
difference between an idea that I've just come up with recently compared to an idea that I've been working on for about 2 years.
Yeah. It's good though. Good to have Erin around because she makes the decisions for us.
Hey, I made that decision all by myself. She just helped reinforce that decision,
That is very true.
which is also what I need quite a lot, is people to go, actually, yeah, you've made the right decision.
Yeah.
Until I get someone who goes, no, you've done the wrong thing. And I'm like, but I want to do it, so screw you. And then I go back to them 6 months later and I'm like, you were right.
All right, let's start a sprint. I'm thinking 45.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah. All right, so I will see everyone in 45.
I finished with 3 seconds to go.
Very nice.
Oh, so good. My appetite's back and I'm just so happy.
Yay. So good.
It's been like, eat all the food.
That's good. So, how did you go?
I made the candles.
Nice.
Went through like what I call my recipe book. And I was like, cool, everything here I've either not got all the oils for, or some of the characters I've not filled into the recipe book yet because they're still kind of experimental, and the other notebook is somewhere.
Oh no.
So I was like, do you know what? I'm going to go back inside, work on I'm going to create the labels for Cabe's Water and have something to eat. And I got as far as eating.
Hey, that's pretty freaking good.
Yeah. And while I was eating, I was watching. I've become obsessed. There's a channel in Korea called like MBC channel or something, and they get idols and actors to sort of go about their day-to-day lives and do activities and things. But then what they do is they play it back after they've edited it, and it's like a room of 4 or 5 people, and they all just kind of like dig at each other and have a laugh, and it's just so cool. But one of the main people they have on there is from the group SHINee. And I've started listening to his music. His name's Key. I started listening to his music recently and fell in love with it. And then I saw that he was on that and I started watching it. And like between him and Minnow, I'm now just absolutely obsessed with SHINee.
Nice.
And these videos. But he loves cooking. And pretty much every video you see of him at some point, he does. Excuse me, I've just eaten. So I'm like, ugh. He's like, he cooks in most videos, and I will say that has like day before yesterday, where I cooked like 3 things in one go. I was watching his video at the same time, and it was just seeing someone else cook was inspiring me to cook, kind of like body doubling.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So yeah, he's been helping, and like your videos got me thinking about a couple of things. Although the only thing you did it's a trend I don't understand is where people are like all the cash envelopes. Because I'm just like, but the world's going more and more cashless. So why are people like doing? And I just savings I don't mind, but for everything else, I just don't like that system. Wouldn't work for me. But I think I'm going to try it for savings. Have like a little envelope, like a little folder with different envelopes in.
Yeah. I didn't think I would like it either because I'm like, yeah, we just use a card. Like, you don't need cash anymore, really. But the more I started seeing it, the more I was interested in it. And then I'm on like my next kind of go of it now. So I've done 2 weeks of it, and it was actually really good because I could like actually track my spending that way because I knew how much money I had left for those specific things. And this was the first time in a very long time that I didn't have to like dip into my savings account to just get me through the 2 weeks because I wasn't overspending because I knew I had this amount for this thing and I wasn't always taking that money with me. So if I was going out and I was like, well, I know that when I'm out, I gotta buy groceries, and like maybe petrol, then that is the only cash that I would bring. I wouldn't bring any of the like the fun money. So even if I was out and I was like, maybe I can go to an op shop and like buy a book, I was like, well, no, I can't because I didn't bring that money. So it helped with like all of that as well.
I've just seen Jonah's comment, and I agree with Jonah there. Like, I like having cash because it object permanence, and it gives me that. It's the very last comment. Like, it gives me that kind of tangible. I can see how much money I have, and it helps me with budgets. But I also, because 99% of like my bills and things like that are all on, or all like on my phone, and they're all done through my bank, and many restaurants now are going cashless. So
Mm.
I kind of, it's a system where it's like, I see the appeal and I want to do it, but I also know that practically it's not going to work for me. And I know that I'll just be like, I'll just dip into this one, grab a fiver out, and I'll just grab a fiver out of this. And then I'll end up with not the money that I'm supposed to have. Whereas if
Yeah.
it's in my bank, I can just go into it as and when I need it.
Mm.
But that's why I said I'm thinking of doing it for the savings, like where I've been doing with well, I've had to stop for now, and I did have to use the money for groceries, but I feel like that's important. But at the start of the year where I had, the one up in my bedroom where I'm using that for whenever I read a book, and whenever I give it, that amount goes in. Like I did that for the first month and it worked well, but then, like I said, I kind of got to a point where I need food.
Yeah. But like with the bill paying thing, I sorted out of like all my bills come out just through my bank, immediately come out. So I don't take cash out for those. Like I've worked it out of like, okay, over the course of a month, I have all of these bills coming out. And so I know I need to have a certain amount of money in my account for when those bills come out. So I did lots and lots of calculations of what I needed in the account over which days and all this kind of stuff. So before I take any cash out, I know I need to have, usually it's like $300 or something, it needs to stay in the bank for whatever bills are coming out. And then I just take out the rest and then use that for like the daily spenders.
Yeah.
You look adorable.
I'm cold.
So, hello, Zoe. Totoro.
If I nod hard enough, his ears waggle, but I'm not doing that. Huh?
Cute.
And it's got his little tummy
belly.
But it's got a little thing where I can like put the snaps together, and then
arms.
Yeah, and then it creates like little armholes.
Cute.
Yeah. So right here, I've got like. Now it's a little sleeve.
Nice. So cute.
Okay, let's just. Yeah. I mean, in my defense, it's like 9 o'clock in the morning, and I've been up since 5:30.
Yeah, you've had a day already. I'm trying to get an Ember in the Ashes, but will probably procrastinate. You know what? That's a mood. I nearly procrastinated these sprints. So.
Yeah. If it wasn't for me going, no, come on, you made a commitment.
Yeah, so for anyone who just joined, I was originally going to cancel these sprints and just continue gaming. But then Kirsty was like, no, don't do that.
It was also like partly because you had literally just said in a message to me the other day about co-hosting and things like that. So I was like, partly I was forcing you to, stick with your responsibilities. You're not sick. You just don't want to do it. That's different.
Yeah.
And then it was also a case of, I know this pattern of gaming and it completely taking over your life. So if I have to force you to take a break, I'm gonna. Because you're not doing my mistake.
In all fairness, today I was only gaming for like 2 hours.
That's good. That's good.
I would have preferred longer, but commitments.
I mean, I gamed...
Also, sorry for the noise. I have a fidget.
Yesterday, I didn't game at all because I was in too bad a state. I couldn't really do anything other than lie on the sofa and watch TV. But before that, I think I'd done like a 4-day streak and I'd been playing for like 4 or 5 hours at a time. But even though I might have my game on for 12, 13 hours, I won't game for 12, 13 hours. I'll be doing other bits, and then it'll be like, I'll go to the game, do a couple of things, and then I'll do a bit of editing, and then I'll go back to the game.
That's a good thing about having it on a console, whereas I have it on my laptop, and just like Joan is saying here, like I can't do more than one thing on the laptop at once.
That was like me when I first came onto the laptop. I was like, oh, I feel like playing Sims. And then I was like, well, if I do that, I can't do anything else today.
Mm.
The elephant's in the room.
What is this Kate Middleton thing? I keep seeing it all over the internet and I'm so confused. What is happening? Like, is there actually anything happening? Cut. So yeah, someone please explain Kate Middleton, because now it's happening on the news.
So I found this out the other day, what it is, and I'm actually kind of mad at people about it because it's like, just fucking back off and leave him alone. Basically, it's, from what I understand, she had some surgery in like December, January time. She had abdomen surgery and hasn't been seen in the public since. So everyone's just going wild with these conspiracies because on Mother's Day, they released a Mother's Day picture and it was like, oh, it's edited. Oh, it's fake. It's not real. And then it's just really sparked everyone to be like, she's like, the weirdest one that I saw is someone who's like, oh, she actually died and they don't want to admit it. And I'm like,
that's stupid.
I'm
They
like,
wouldn't
how
do that.
about you just fucking let the woman have her privacy? And if she, like, I know there's the whole, oh, she's in the royal family, she doesn't get privacy. And I'm like, but if that was your family, you would just, you know, maybe she just wants to stay low for a bit and she just wants to recover.
Diana's dead.
Shut up. But it's like, and the only one that I've seen people sort of saying about that I'm kind of in agreement with is that they feel like people have latched onto this and that the royal family are kind of deliberately trying to get people to latch on to her to hide stuff going on with the king. Because obviously he got diagnosed with cancer recently and has had multiple, like he's missed multiple engagements, and there's rumors that maybe it's a lot worse than they're letting on. And I'm like, cool.
Short-lived reign, but okay.
Coronation next year, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Charles.
Is anyone? Oh, I'm so not surprised. Oh, so funny. 37 pages. You did so well. Updated Pokemon. Awesome. I am struggling with figuring out my Pokemon. I've got little like these tab things throughout all the ones that I know that I've done. And it's just, it's very confusing. So I'm trying to...
Keep going. I cut over, so you carry on.
I think my train of thought just kind of blew up.
Whoops. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine.
I've like done a spread with like what I've got so far. And I did think about recording a quarter, like each quarter do like a here's where I'm at with Pokemon, but then I was like, I feel like it will take away some of the fun for people because if you've not got that Pokemon yet and I'm like, here's this one. So, and even sharing it, I've only shared it to you because you don't mind.
Yeah.
And no, you're Ren. Meredith, because she's the creator. So I've kind of just allowed it to, like, I'm not going to do any updates until the end of the year, and then I'll do a big, these are all the Pokemon that I, like, did I catch them all? Spoiler alert, not a chance in hell did I catch them all, but I'm going to try and get what I can.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's an amazing, amazing readathon. I'm having fun, but I'm also finding it extremely overwhelming. And I'm like, there's just so much to try and track. So I'm literally just doing the main ones now. I'm not bothering with any of the side, because if I did, I wouldn't cope.
Yeah.
So if it was the only readathon that I was ever going to do, then I think I'd be okay. But because there's like multiple other things that I do in the year, including my own, I'm just like, I can't keep up with it all. So, and I'm like, it just goes to show how incredible Meredith is that she came up with all of it. But at the same time, I'm like,
definitely,
Meredith, how are you coping?
Right.
Like,
I think this often. I'm like, are
blink
you
3
okay?
times if you are. Blink 3 times if you need rescuing from your own brain.
But yeah, very much amazing. Lots of Pokemon. I think I'm not going to do the latest ones, the like the North and South
Yeah,
questy
I've not even
things.
looked at
I'm
it.
not doing those. But yeah, definitely going to try and get all of like the original ones. And I occasionally can do the like themed ones. Like I got the Valentine's one and the Lunar New Year one. There was another one at some other point, I think.
I didn't get, and I've not done any of the like special events. I've not done any of the monthlies. I've just done the main ones. Also, I just saw a comment that Jonas put. I'm like, yeah, it's like yesterday they published a video and people are still saying that it's fake. And I'm like, yeah, but the problem is the video is a random guy sitting in his car who just happened to catch them. Whereas if there's one thing you can say about the royal family, they don't go anywhere without a proper press camera there. Even when they go about their daily lives, there's always paparazzi and stuff. So I'm kind of dubious about the video myself, because I'm like, I hope it is them and that everything's okay and they're just down low. But at the same time, it's not like them to be somewhere like that without there being some sort of more than one evidence, you know? So it's just a bit like, what? But yeah, like I said, I really just wish they would just.
Yeah,
I don't understand the obsession with the royal family. Like, I appreciate them for the tourism, and like, it has been proven that something like 70% of all tourists go to London for the royal family. So if the royal family was no longer there, that would be a huge hit.
True, yeah.
Tourism. I think it makes up something like 80% of all of British tourism relates to the royal family in some way, shape, or form.
Wow.
It would be the equivalent of taking tartan out of Scotland.
So true.
You know? Or kangaroos and koalas out of Australia. You know, the big things that people go for. And you would lose so much. Like, obviously, I know there's a lot more to Australia, but I just thought, like, for me as a Brit, the very first thing I think of, I think Australia, I think kangaroos.
Yeah, for sure. It makes sense.
So yeah, it's just one of those where it's like, I hate them. I hate everything they stand for, and I think it's a system that should have been abolished centuries ago. But at the same time, I can appreciate what it does for the country. He really is. And it's his little yay. It's when you get Key and Minnow together and they just squabble the whole time. It's like watching a mum and dad, and they literally, like, Key is the mum of the group. Like, he makes sure everyone's fed. And there's like one video where it's really funny where Minnow's just trying to get Key to get dressed and get ready for the day. And he's just moaning about how messy his kitchen is. And then while he's moaning, he's like scrubbing the counters and cleaning everything.
That's cute.
It's like,
that's so cute.
I'll send you a couple of the best videos because it's so fun. Like,
You're just constantly trying to get me more invested in more K-pop bands. Like,
well, it's like, it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't listen to a lot of SHINee's music. Like, it's one of those rare ones where I actually prefer their solo stuff to when they're all together as a group.
Yeah.
But I can really appreciate them as a group and what they've been through, because their lead singer died 6 years ago.
Oh, is that band?
Yes. And it's one of those, like, you know, they went through a huge thing and a lot of groups would have broken up at that point, but they've kept going. And it's the fact that they still like refer to Jonghyun all the time. And they're like, someone posted something the other day saying SHINee is a 4-piece group. And everyone was like, they are a 5-piece. Even they, like, when they do concerts and they show like silhouettes of them on the screen, it's all 5. And they've said, we will forever be 5. And it's just like, oh, I just have so much love for them. And the fact they managed to get through that together.
That's so sweet.
I have a bank account
That's
that
so
has that where it's like different. You can separate your money into pots. So you have like
can't do that.
a pot for food, and I don't use that account as often these days because I don't really have like disposable income. What's that? Even when I was working, it was like I worked just enough to pay my bills and that was it. So, but when I was teaching, that was like my main bank account because I could just sort of put like, oh, there's 50 into eating for the week, here's 40 into holidays, etc.
That's really cool though. My bank doesn't do that, which is sad. Because if it did, that would solve like all my problems.
Yeah, and you could like arrange for different payments to go out of different pots, which was really cool.
Handy.
I need to get new glasses.
Wash your hair and listen to Summer Chai Time. Nice.
I thought I'd need to wash my hair because like normally when I've done candles, like the smells just cling to everything, but this one hasn't.
Yeah, I thought about that when you spilled the oil. I was like, oh no, is this going to be bad?
It got a tiny bit on your jacket and a little bit on, and mostly on my hands. I say your jacket, it's my jacket, but it will always be your jacket.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got it on the jacket and got it a little bit on my hands, but I just washed it. At least it wasn't the cinnamon one because I'm actually like most of the oils I'm fine if they get on me. But for some reason, any oils with cinnamon, as soon as that touches my skin, I'm just like, but I'm not allergic to cinnamon. It's just for some reason, cinnamon oil reacts and makes my skin go really red, swollen and puffy. But cinnamon itself, unless I am allergic and I just haven't realised, that's suddenly when I go, hang on a minute, that's why every time I eat cinnamon, I get a really sore throat. But no, not allergic to it.
Very odd. I love this though. Quiz doing math, the tragedy in 3 acts. So friggin' true.
I'm very good at maths. I just need to have a brain that's working at the time. I'm good at mental arithmetic, I should say.
Oh, you're probably long gone now, Tracy. Bye-bye. Sorry, I'm very slow on the comments today.
That's how I keep derailing stuff, so whoops.
Ooh. Really weird. That's also so fair.
I mean, I nearly, when I was doing the spreadsheet for it, you know, where I do my planning, like readathon planning, I was like, this is just too much. Because where I do 3 big ones every year, well, technically 4, because I'm also going to attempt to do, oh no, I gave up. No, Buzzwordathon. I kind of approach it differently. I know most people do it like in January, that prompt. I just do it. I read the books and hope that one of them fits any of the 12 and that by the end of the year, as long as I've got a book for each of the 12, I'm happy.
Yeah, that's how I do it too. I think so far
But yeah,
I've only got
with the Bookemon spreadsheet, I was going crazy.
Yeah, it was a lot, but we can just do the simple things and that's fine.
Oh.
We
were talking about like irritants and smells and stuff the other day. I was saying to Liv, like in my candles, there's like I won't put lavender in because it's I'm allergic.
Yeah.
And so it's like there's like 4 scents that I won't put in my products, either because I am allergic or I just cannot stand them. And I'm just like, unless you want a custom order with those smells, you're not. And it's things like, you know, lavender, aniseed or licorice. The smell of that will make me throw up. So you have to custom order that. Bubblegum, just because that one is, it's not very nice anyway. And it also, for some reason, it agitates my head. And it's a shame because I know loads of people love lavender, but I just can't use it in my products. And if I do, I would have to wear like special gloves and I'd have to wear a mask and stuff to make sure I don't get a reaction.
I was just looking at my shelves and I was like, I'm pretty sure I have at least 2 candles with lavender in there. So I either need to burn them before you come or hide them.
Just
And then there's also the lavender bush in my backyard.
that's fine. I just avoid them.
Yeah. Weird. Very interesting. Weird.
Like I know there's things with proteins, like it's like pineapple and kiwi. Every time you eat pineapple and kiwi, it eats you because the proteins. Yeah, have you know when you eat kiwi, your tongue gets tingly.
Yeah.
Because every human on the planet is actually allergic to kiwi. When you eat kiwi, your tongue goes tingly because it's the proteins, the amylase in your spit is being broken down by the protein on the kiwi. And the kiwi's protein is actually like it attacks and eats away. So technically, if you are eating kiwi, it is eating you at the same time. And pineapple, as Jonas just said, pineapple dissolves you from the inside. So if you were to sit and eat like 3 pineapples every single day, you could kill yourself within a month because your body just cannot. Yeah.
I now want to like read an extreme horror about fruits eating people. I've never
It's
heard
why they
that before.
Wild. They should recommend it more, and they should make it more aware because, as Erin's just said, terrible chemical burns gotten around my mouth because of loving pineapple so much. It's like, yeah, I had a friend at uni who she ate pineapple 2-3 times every single day. She'd have like, breakfast would be pineapple, her lunch she'd have a pineapple as a snack, and she always had like blisters and things, and she was like, I don't understand why I've always got these cold sores and blisters and things and why my mouth is so painful. And the doctor was like, well, A, you're eating a lot of acidic food, and B, you're eating a food that is literally anti-human. So you need to not eat as much pineapple. And it was like her world ended.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild.
Yeah.
So fascinating though.
Paige, you keep making me want to re-download Pokemon Go, even though I know I don't use it as much. And I know during lockdown, I used it all the time because they did the thing where you could access the gyms without leaving your house. And they made it so, you could play the entire game and not have to leave. Like you'd still have to go out and walk to get the Pokemon, but for the gyms and things, you didn't have to leave. But now from as far as I'm aware, they've gotten rid of that now. And so I was like, well, on bad days, I don't want to have to go out. But because like Ash and Paige keep going out for their dates and stuff doing it, I'm like, I really want to get back into it. And I really want to do like go on some Pokemon dates when I'm in Australia and like,
we could try. I've never played Pokemon Go.
I just want to get a Farfetch'd when I'm over there because like you can't get that anywhere else in the world apart from Asia and Australia. Like Oceania, like it's like I think Mr. Mime is a Europe only, and Taurine, is it Taurine? Whatever it's called, Tauren, whatever. But the one that looks like a bull, you can only get in America.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
I've needed to read for 3.5.
You got this.
114. What are you reading? Let us know.
Yes. Dangerous combo. But it actually says on the ibuprofen's thing, it actually says do not take with cranberry on cranberry juice. I'm sure on some cranberry juice bottles it says do not take if you're taking.
Interesting. Seriously, just want like a horror book of just all these fruits just attacking people.
Like a horror book with like from the fruit's perspective as it's being eaten. It's like, I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to tear through your body. And just like, reaching out, and it's like I'm crawling around and I'm pulling on their intestines. And
that would be so freaking good. Oh my God. I want to read that so bad. Oh, that sucks.
I found out last year when my sister was here that me and my nephew share the same intolerance. He can't have too much fruit and fruit juice because it reacts really badly with his stomach and other things. And I'm like, hey, me too. Like if I have more than a glass of apple juice a day, it just makes me not. It's unpleasant.
Yeah. It's mainly just Kirsty. I am just here for the vibes.
It's weird. I studied ecology and conservation. Yeah, I picked up all these weird and wonderful facts at the same time because there was a lot of
ADHD.
overlap with other things. Like one of my modules was on biochemistry. So we learned a lot about how the body reacts to various things. And it's like, has nothing to do with ecology, but I had to do it as a mandatory for the science component. Oh, God.
Oh my God, is this how the Joker got his smile? Someone write that.
I think there's like special events and special things where you can get them, but I've just never been able to get them. I was gonna say, if anyone's going to write this book,
Yeah. Please write it, Jonah.
yeah. I knew there was one that I was forgetting.
Oh, that's so frustrating. I'm so sorry for you. That's awful.
Yeah, I just had egg. That was what I was eating, was a egg salad cream sandwich.
I dropped my fidget. It's okay. Oh, good. It's a cookie. And it's magnetic. Max gave it to
It
me.
sounded like something behind you had just collapsed. So I was like, is one of your bookshelves just collapsed?
No, bookshelves are that way.
I know, but it sounded like it came from that way.
I think it's just because this room is still really echoey. I think it'll be better once I get my couch and a rug. For sure. Not you too.
Max is like a figment of your imagination.
And it's so annoying because he plays into it.
Yeah.
For God's sake, Max. And like if I'm ever talking with like Erin or Meredith, because they always comment on it. And if Max is with me at the time, he's like, yeah, you gotta say this, you gotta say this. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
I just saw.
So many things I could say to that, but I can't. But yeah, that good. That's good. I need to show all of these to Max tomorrow.
It's like I'm just, I keep saying that, Max wants to go to the race thing with me, but I'm like, I'll just be going on my own because, Max isn't real.
I said to that how you said that he said that the roads are so hot that like the tires melt or something. And I was like,
No,
yeah,
the
she's really
roads
excited for that. And then Max was like, yeah, it's so freaking cool. And I was like, okay. You guys have your fun.
Like Max just isn't real. I don't know who that person is that occasionally is like when we've video called, like I don't know who that is. That's Bob. That's not Max. That's Bob. Max is still just not real.
I should actually message Max.
They're messaging themselves.
So mean. Sure. Oh, speaking of Max, I read some of this. I forgot to mention. I got to page 50 and I'm confused.
Nope. Ow, ow,
Oh, God.
Yoink. Sorry.
Oh, is she vomiting again?
Yep.
Oh, no. Did you get it in time?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry for that chaos, everyone. That's how
yeah,
she
I
feels about your
always-
book.
Yeah, basically.
I'm just thinking
But
my
I
cat
always
hates books in general.
thought with this, I thought it was like there was one guy and he was just hallucinating his friend. That's what I always thought this was about. But I think there are two guys that are real, and one's having hallucinations about something else. Maybe.
Ah.
Because I was very confused. I'm like, why is everyone talking to both of these guys? Like, I thought one wasn't real, and then I'm like, no. Clearly, they're both real if everyone's talking to them.
Yeah, it's not like A Beautiful Minds where Beautiful Mind. Well, I'm not going to say much in case people haven't watched it, but even I was like, what?
It's intriguing enough that I'm gonna keep reading, but I'm not obsessed yet.
I'm not. You can come back. She's gone into the greenhouse, you know, where her little mat is.
Yeah.
She's gone in there and she's now looking at me like, why did you throw me out? I'm now stuck out here. And I'm like, well, you puked. You can come back in now. The vomit is out of you. Just as soon as I hear that noise now, it's a second, like, it's just a instinct. As soon as you hear the first, you're like,
Yeah.
like I said, it was just unfortunate that last time I wasn't quick enough and it destroyed 50 quid's worth of books.
Yeah. Erin, you will enjoy my video that will hopefully go up on Friday that I filmed today. There is a Max reference, and I was like, well, Erin will enjoy this.
At
and you'll
some
get it.
point, we've got to convince Max to go on to a video.
I would like to.
When I'm there, because obviously we all go out for days out and stuff with Max. So
Yeah,
I'll say to him, like, I won't get your face, but he's going to appear at some point on a video.
Yeah, just like,
Like,
let us see like a
look.
foot.
Yeah. But you say you don't film when he's around.
Yeah.
You need to do a video one day and get him to help you.
Yeah, I do think about that, but he doesn't like want to be on camera. He gets a bit like unsure about like the internets. So
That's what I said.
totally valid.
It'll be things like I've done with videos where I've had like family in it. Or like the kids where it'll be the back of them. Or it'll just be like, you know, when we're walking, it'll be like their foot or something. And I'll be like, little arrow going, niece, or something. Or it's their voice in the background rather than them on the camera. Because my nephew wanted to be on camera last time, Caden. He was like, Auntie Kirsty, can I be on camera? And I was like, unfortunately, dude, no. And when we did the Snow Dome vlog, you saw I even had it tracking so that when Reese turned around, it was like blah, 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 blah. Because like, even though they want to be on the camera, I know Michelle's not comfortable with it. So I respect my sister's decision. She's the parent at the end of the day.
Exactly, yeah. I would
voice
love to.
changing modulator.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Hello, everyone.
That would be so funny. All right,
Come back. She's just staring at me from outside. Like I've banished her into the rain.
All right, we should definitely get another sprint going because I'm going to need to do some sprints tonight and before I sleep.
I'll just do one sprint.
Sorry, my brain was doing things. He really is. He just needs to embrace it. All right. So we'll do another 45. That is good.
I'm used to doing hours now, so 45 is fine.
I'm only doing 45s because I need to get some sprints in, and I need to go to bed soon. But yeah, I'll see everyone in 45. Hello. How did you go?
I was actually kind of annoyed because I'm literally in the middle of editing and I was enjoying it. And I was like, I heard the noise and I was like, no.
You can mute me and continue editing.
That's fine. It's for tomorrow's video. I'm doing part 2 of the K-pop book recommendation.
Ooh, very nice.
I forgot one of the songs in it is Key, who I've been talking about today. So I'm like,
The universe is telling you need to do this.
Well, it's like I've got a bunch here that I've written down that I need to film today for TikTok, where I'm taking that idea and I'm going to do a TikTok series where it's just, you know, choosing a bunch of books based off of the songs. So I've got Gods by New Jeans. So I've picked out a bunch of books that feature gods and deities, and that's going to be what I show.
That's cool.
Like Pirate King by ATEEZ, obviously there's going to be a lot of pirate books and things. A few of them are a little bit more, I might have to put a little bit at the start of the video, like this is why I've chosen these books. Like for I'll Be Your Man by BTOB, it's not, the song doesn't necessarily give away why I would pick those books. So it will just be like, as I show the book, I'll just be like, this is why I chose it.
You're very cool though. I got to page 110 and I'm enjoying it a lot more now that it's getting into the darker pages. So when things are getting like messed up, I'm enjoying it. And I started tabbing because like 9 pages ago I did my first tab, and because it was just like, oh, this is getting like almost like sad because you can see where this is gonna go, and it was like, oh no, like these poor boys, like, oh, it'll hit.
Yeah.
Then there was also this cool bit of artwork in there that I really like. So yeah, very cool.
That's cool.
So yeah, I'm having a good time, and I'm just so amazed. I've like physically read 100 pages. Like that's why I love K Ankrum so much, is because their writing is so easy to follow, and I go through it so quickly because like I'm not a physical reader, but this is awesome.
I amazed someone on a group thing the other day because when I was listening to Cemetery Boys, I thought it'd be fun to see just how fast my speed for audio is compared to physical. And the best way I could do that was like, okay, I'm going to speed up the audio until it reaches the point where I would naturally be reading. And it got to like 3.3 speed. And I was like, because I know some people struggle to read physical and they solely do ebook and audio. And I was like, I'm really intrigued to now work out, like, for me, audiobooks, I like to take my time with them. I like to have them sort of quite a lower, like not so slow, like not regular speed because that's too slow, but also not super fast. So I'm like just getting through it. I like them sort of, 1.4, 1.5 is my sort of optimum. And I don't mind that it might take me 3 or 4 days to listen to it. And it's just like a thing I like the immersive experience of it and I like the atmosphere with it. But then it's like with physical books, I've worked out, and when I look at physical versus ebooks, I've worked out a 500-page book. If I read it physically, it will take me on average about 6 to 7 hours. Wow. If I read it on ebook, I can do it in 3. So I read double the speed on ebook as I do physical, which then terrifies me when I think when I'm reading physical, I'm 3 times the speed as I listen to audio. So what the fuck am I listening? I must be 5 times the speed. And I'm like, it's so weird how my brain can process one but not the other at those kind of speeds. But it shows how visual a learner I am and how I do not have, I have an audio disconnect in my brain. It's like,
that's so fascinating.
It was a fun experience. It was a fun experiment to just be like, right, let's actually like physically read while tracking the speed. And it was like, yeah, so a 500-page book on audio might take me 4 days.
Yeah.
On ebook, on physical will take me 2 days, 6 to 7 hours split over a couple of days. And then on ebook, I can do it in 2.5, 3 hours. Like the Plated Prisoner book 4 was 600 and something pages, and I downed it in like 5 hours flat.
That's impressive.
And like Nalini sings that her books, I can now get, you know, you've seen them on my shelf, you know, the sort of sizes that they run to. I can pick one of them and I can do 2 or 3 in a day without really thinking about it.
Wow, that's so impressive.
It depends on the book, because like if it's like a really hefty fantasy, obviously it's going to take me a lot longer because I need to sit and digest. But with Nalini, I can just fly, baby, fly.
That sounds so good, though. Now I kind of want to test my like reading ability across the 3.
I almost regret not filming it because it took me a couple of hours to do, and it was a really fun thing. And it was like, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool that I've worked this out. Also, during that sprint, very, very quickly, Ginty gave me a first. I bent down, I picked her up, and she let me hold her, and I was like rocking with her and giving her a little kiss, and she let me for about 20 seconds.
Cute.
And I was like, I want to ask if you're okay, but I daren't move and break the spell. And I put her down just as I could tell she was getting angsty.
That's so cute, though.
So now I'm going back through the live to try and find it so I can actually like, look, she did it.
Cute. Oliver Twist. Ooh. Good luck with that.
I think I read that in
Hello,
school.
Sasha. The amount of messages I get from Meredith, like every couple of days, of just being like, seeing you and Kirsty just like brings me so much joy. And I'm like, you're freaking adorable. It's so cute.
I had a random one come up the other day on one of my videos. It was like one from January, where I did my stats and my wrap up for last year. And someone commented saying like partly that they want to use how I do my stats. They're going to do the same thing this year. But they were like, I really like Ren's commentary. And I was like, so do I. Like, I actually really miss having each other's commentary in our videos. Like, I don't think either of us really filmed as much as we'd planned while you were here. So it's like when I'm over there, we've got to do way more. Like,
definitely.
I'm there for 3 months. We have got to really.
And we need to take more photos together.
Yeah. I think we were just so enjoying the moment of us two being together.
Yeah.
And I kept looking at you like, holy, they're real. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I don't think I will ever forget my first thing in person saying to you is, oh my God, you're really a person. You're a real person.
It was so cute.
But yeah,
I'm gonna cry.
more photos, more videos, and we've got to do like more sort of, buddy vlogs and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just had ideas, so I need to message you. Like, these are all the things.
So many things.
And of course, a plan.
The trans rights readathon. I swear this has happened like the past couple of times this readathon has been on, where I have completely missed any announcement, and then I just hear about it as people are reading about it. And I was like, I wanted to know in advance, and then I would have participated.
I've seen it everywhere. Like, it's because you're not on TikTok. I don't think, because I've certainly seen it more on TikTok than anywhere else. It's a really big one that happens yearly. I only saw it a couple of days ago because I haven't been on TikTok for a while.
We're
watching different videos, Jonah, because I'm seeing it on my FYP. It's popped up about 30 times in the past day. So and it's the only place I've ever seen it announced. So maybe it depends on who's on your FYP and what's going on, but it's
Well, I
like the
haven't
one that
seen
you're
it
doing in
anywhere.
April. The autism one, I won't be, partly because I've already read those books for a previous thing. So I don't really have many. And also with April, with Aurelium, it's pretty much that is the only thing that I am doing in April. Like when it's Aurelium Magical Readathon month, I will not do any other readathons.
I also realized this morning that it's also 30 and 30 in April. So like 30 manga volumes.
Oh, I just assumed that was a thing that people just choose to do whenever.
It's like an official thing that happens like twice a year, I think. And yeah, it's happening in April. So I was like, let me make a list. So I'll be trying to do all of that as well. It's going to be a stressful month. I'm also going to Melbourne in April, so we'll see how much actually gets read.
Bye,
You're
Melissa.
probably long
You're
gone.
probably long gone, but thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I mean, I already said hello, but
Yes. See you there.
jump scared by that.
I'm sorry, I tried to choose the like least terrifying noise. But no matter what, like even when people have the cat one and you just like that little meow, absolutely scared thousands of people. Like it's
That
so
cat
scary.
makes me laugh because I don't know if you follow Sandra. I can't remember her username. She reads so much manga and like she does like manga night sprints. She's from Norway, I believe. But she, every time the cat, she just screams, and you see it on camera 99% of the time. The cat goes and she goes.
That's so funny.
And you just watch her like go every time.
Cute.
Mine was key rings growing up. Like my sister used to collect key rings and then she handed them all to me. And then I started collecting key rings. But as I think we've discussed it on live, or we discussed it when you were here, I decided ducks is going to be mine.
Yeah, because you bought some when we were in Edinburgh.
Yeah, I bought a bagpipe.
Yes, so
playing
cute.
bagpipes. And then in Germany, I bought the ones based off the traffic lights.
I thought I had bought magnets for myself when we were in Edinburgh, but I didn't. I just bought magnets for other people, and now I'm like sad because I wish I had bought some.
I did keep sort of saying to you, "Are you buying stuff for you?" Because you were like buying stuff for everyone else, and then it was. I'm like, I think this is going to be the one thing that we fight over. Is just like, I mean, yesterday I yelled at you for not taking care of yourself. On holiday, I kept yelling at you for like thinking of like it's great to think of everyone else, but you were doing it to the point where you weren't looking at anyone else and looking at yourself at all. You were only looking at other people, and I was like, don't forget, this is your holiday, not their holiday.
I need to work on that.
I'm just like, hey, if you guys want souvenirs, go yourself. Unless it's someone who I know it sounds harsh, but like I'll buy for kids. And if it's someone who I know can't go to the other country, like Ian would never be able to go to Australia, then I'll pick a little something up. But otherwise, I'm like, hey, you want the souvenirs? Go. It's also like my brother used to buy us magnets. Like he'd go on holiday to Greece and then come back with a magnet, and I'd be like, cool, why do I need this?
Yeah.
Like, I've not been. Why do I need a memento of your holiday?
Yeah.
But I think if it's something like where you bought your dad like the honey and stuff, and it was like actual practical stuff, like jewelry and stuff like that, I think that's better.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, like when my brother bought me magnets, I'd be like, why do I need this? I've not been. Why do I want to remember? Maybe that's part of my system. I just don't get certain things.
Yeah, mine always feels like an obligation of buying people things because it's like expected. So probably not so great, but
I was gonna say that's a whole host of things that therapy needs to deal with.
Which I really need to figure that out soon. Jonah, how did I not know you'd been to Australia?
I didn't know either.
Do you want to come back?
I was like, wait, what? When?
So cool.
We're bad friends. Either that or he's a
Yeah.
bad friend for not telling us.
Yeah, we'll just blame it on him.
I didn't know Nicole was sprinting. Oh, no, that's a different person I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
My brain gets Courtney and Nicole. I always get them the wrong way around. And when I think Courtney, I think Nicole. And then when I think Nicole, I think Courtney all the time. And I just get those two.
You know, that actually makes a weird amount of sense.
If some, like, because I know Nicole is Dusty Book Sniffers.
Mm.
And yet, every time I look at Dusty Book Sniffers, my brain goes, that's Courtney. Even though I know it's not.
Yeah. Oh, very nice. What are you reading? Did you say? I don't think so.
I think it's more she's getting too old to care anymore. She's just like, you know what? I'm going to die soon anyway. I might as well let you have these moments. When I say soon, I mean within the next couple of years.
Yeah.
Because I've told her she's not going until I say she's allowed. And she's not allowed.
Yes, Friday 22nd. Okay. So it has time. That's probably what my Instagram notification was about. Cool. Thank you, Sasha. Much appreciated. Ooh, trans books.
Trans, right?
I
love how unanimously both of us went, what?
Peter Darling by Austen Chant. Or actually, just anything by Austen Chant. Really good author.
16 Souls by Rosie Talbot.
I have not read that yet.
Yep, maybe it's a sign. I've been telling you for 2 years. No, a year.
True.
I haven't even known you for 2 years.
Why have I suddenly forgotten all of my trans books? Between Perfect and Real by Ray Stove.
Transmogrify is a collection of short stories, and they're all featuring trans authors and characters. Also, I know the Trans Rights Readathon doesn't necessarily have to have trans characters if it's written by a trans author. So I would also say Aidan Thomas. But speaking of Aidan Thomas, Cemetery Boys and Sunbearer Trials both have a trans MC.
Yes. Very good.
I think Fence? Or is Bobby just a cross-dresser? I'm not sure if Bobby's trans or...
This is the annoying thing. I don't think I own physically all of the trans books that I've read.
Ow.
That sounded like something falling.
No, that was just me.
What are the books? That one, Stay Gold by I can't remember the name, but Stay Gold, very good.
If you like books in verse, I can recommend Enough by Kevin Dorman, who is a friend of mine, who is also on BookTube. I only said a book fiend named Kevin. Like, no. I can't remember his username. I will link to his channel, but like he wrote a book in verse and it's all about being trans and being abandoned by your family because of who you are and mental health rep and stuff. And I think it was like the first poem made me cry. So I was like, cool, this is going to go great. No, it literally starts by saying, "We are stars." And I was just like, immediately teared up, and I don't know why. But it's all self-published as well, so I'm just so proud of him. So I promote it as much as I can.
Yeah. I know I have so many more books that I've read that are trans, but I don't own enough of them, like physically, which is sad. I need to. But I do have 2 videos, I think, of trans recommendations. 1 or 2 books of my Five Friday
Oh,
series, so
awesome.
go check those out as well.
So I was looking at the comments, and one that Jonah put, I was like, does it? And I was like, yeah, the author. This table really annoys me. Every time I lean on it, it makes like that noise.
Yeah.
I cannot work out where on the table it is, and it's driving me absolutely insane. That was the birds.
Oh no.
I think, to be fair, it doesn't matter what the sound is. If a sound suddenly happens out of nowhere, like at the minute, my alarm is set for 6:30 in the morning, and the past 3 days in a row, I've been up long before it. And then when it does go off, even though it's you've heard my alarm, it's very gentle. It's like
yeah,
like very musical, and it has birds, and it almost blends in with your surroundings. But even then, it's made me go, what is it?
For anyone that wanted, this is the link for the Trans Rights Readathon. I approve of eating food. Very good job. Almost a decade ago, the journey came. Okay, well, I forgive you for not telling us that you've been here.
I don't.
Through the territories and stuff. So you didn't even come to South Australia. So
that's because there's nothing there.
Make another trip. I am here. And tell me how it ends. Oh, I really, really want to read Tell Me How It Ends. Ugh. Lumberjanes, yes. Lumberjanes is also very good. I enjoy that.
I found it a bit too chaotic for my taste. So I just felt it was a bit too messy, the first volume, and it put me off. I was like, I wanted to love it, but it just felt a bit like trying to do too much without explaining anything. I love the art.
Two for Tea. I haven't heard of Two for Tea. I've heard of CM Nascotta. Whatever. I cannot say that right now. Nascosta. There we go. I was getting tongue-tied. I'm sorry. Easy Tiger. Haven't heard.
Every time someone says tongue-tied, I just have a song that's like, girl, you got me tongue-tied, tongue-tied. It's from a show called Red Dwarf. Don't know if you've ever watched it, but it's classic.
I've heard of it.
So good.
My brother-in-law is obsessed with it, and he has been forever.
Quite rightly. That's going on the list for next time.
Fair.
Nice.
Welcome to St. Hell. I very much enjoyed. Max got me to read that, and it was very good. So I hope you like it. Brainworms, haven't heard of. Mammoths at the Gate. Oh, yeah. I wasn't a fan of that series. I read the first one and I didn't get it, so I stopped. Wait, you have What Feasts at Night? What? Is it out?
It's been out since January.
What?
It was in Edinburgh. I pointed it out.
I don't remember that.
No, it came out just after you left, I think. It came out in January. Unless it was delayed in Australia.
It's Australia. That makes sense.
Yeah, I just thought I have What Moves the Dead. I know I've got trans rep stuff on my Kindle. Like Stuff Your Kindle. I'm sure I picked up a few because on the LGBT section, I mostly went in there. But it's just a case of going through and filtering it all. And I've only got a few more days and I've just got too much else going on. And I haven't yet finished building Aurelium, and that TBR goes out in a week. So I'm like, I need to work on that.
Yeah. Hell Followed With Us. Yes. Fantastic book. Oh my
That's
gosh.
one of your favorites, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it.
Oh,
So
by the
good.
way,
What
I'm
are
going to
these?
have to read Darius the Great now because 2 people have recommended it for me for that video series. And I'm like, I don't read YA contemporary anymore.
Tracy
But 2
just read it
people,
and loved
yeah, it's like you and Jem both recommended it on your lists. And I'm like, damn it. Well, I know it's one of your absolute, or if not your all-time favorites. So I was like, I'll put it down for your list because Jem had others that I'm interested in.
Yeah, Jem kept commenting on like all of my videos, being like, "Oh, I really need to read the second in that duology," and like, because I don't reply to my messages, like my YouTube comments, for like 3 months, and then I go through and do it all. So I just had like 7 messages in a row of Gemma just being like, "I really need to read Darius the Great," and I was like, "Oh my God, can you just read this book?" And so she finally did, and she messaged me, and she was like, "I read it, and it was great." And I was like, "Yes." So funny.
Yeah, I've now got multiple lists. I've got from you, Meredith, Paige is still making one, Gemma, Jonah, and I think
Nice.
that's all I. Oh, and Brittany. Those are all I did for now. And then I was thinking about contacting Olivia as well, like Olivia's Catastrophe,
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
because like we've basically spent a week solid just fangirling over Raven Cycle.
Cute.
She agrees pretty much with everything that I've said.
That's cute. Also true. South Australia is great.
Mm.
You need to go to
If I
New
had the
Zealand.
budget, I'd have gone over to New Zealand for a couple of weeks. But there's
We will
just
do
no way
that
that's
one day.
happening this time. Maybe once I'm out there, like if I ever get out there permanently, maybe.
I need to go back because my aunt is there right now and she sent me a picture of being like, I was in Hobbiton and like it was so good. And I was like, I just want to be back there. Especially now that there's like a new section that came out in December and I'm like, I just want to go back. But I need to save up for that. Ooh.
I was waiting for your expression. As soon as I read that, I was like, that's Ren gone.
Yep, take a photo of that and I will look that up later. I called bull on that because I was in Big W like 2 days ago and I did not see it. That could just be my Big W though. It's not good. Actually, Max and I are going shopping tomorrow. We're on a hunt for this book. I need it.
Don't forget to take your cash.
Yes, yes. It's all in a nice, pretty purple folder now. Although it doesn't look purple on this cover, but it's purple.
Wait.
Digger's here. It's out now. Got the US copy. Ooh. Hey! Cute.
This was originally my wedding planner.
Ah,
When I first got it, I set it up as a wedding planner, but now it's my booktube planning. Like,
it just has money in it.
But I got it off Wish.
Nice.
But it's really good for what it is.
This is the pink one as well.
I think I paid like £7 for it. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I think I only paid like $10 for this. So it was really good. Yes, I need the horse cover, 1,000%. I do also really want to get like the other editions, so like the UK editions
You're just
of
gonna
both of the
go
books
on it.
because they're gorgeous.
I'll just send you my copy when I'm done with it. Unless I love it and then you're not
You
having
don't,
it.
yeah. Yeah, I need to read up on more of Andrew Joseph White's books. Because I think I missed the last release, so I need to read that. Ooh, Italy, very nice. Apparently, if you're celiac, you should go to Italy.
They're
So
very celiac friendly,
yeah, so I
which
might
is
have to. I mean, I've
ironic
always
considering
wanted to. Yeah, so I'll have to make that a
Julie and Camilla go
dream.
there. You know, the ones that I told you about on TikTok. The lesbian couple that I showed you their home renovation series.
Yeah.
They go like Julie. She's got celiac. She was diagnosed last year. And they went to Italy last year, and she's done like a big playlist on all the places they went to that are celiac friendly and gluten-free friendly.
Well,
And I
that's
was like
handy.
making notes.
Yeah. Definitely got to check that out. So Sasha, I'm very jealous of you.
It was weird, like ordering from Domino's because it's the first time I've ordered takeaway since you left. And I was just
Yeah.
like, hey, I can have whatever I want, not have to like think about the gluten. I can just go anywhere. And I was like,
Life
then I
is
was
much
also like,
simpler.
but then I was also like, oh,
Yeah.
it was a really weird feeling.
That's very cool.
So I don't think I told you, but like the first time I went shopping with Ian after you left, we were in Morrison's and I automatically turned to go down the gluten-free section. He was like, where are you going? And I was like, gluten-free. Oh. And then I was like, because like obviously I didn't really leave the house because you bought me all that food. I didn't leave the house for like 4 weeks because I didn't really need to. And then it was like, oh, I just automatically went down the gluten-free section, and I was just like, okay, now I'm sad. Now I'm depressed again.
Sad. But very cute. But okay, we should sprint again, and I think this is going to be the last one because sleep.
I was going to say it's going to be like nearly 10 by the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not for me. It's not even. It's just turned 11. Whoa.
And yet you've been up for so long.
I will admit, when I went to the kitchen at one point, I was like, I told you 2 hours ago that it wasn't even 6, and now it's 8. Ooh.
That's cool. I do want to go to Rome because, like, ancient Rome is like my specialty.
That's your mecca.
But I don't know. I keep not going. I need to eventually. I don't have to go to hospital, but I will have intense stabbing pain for if I just have, like, I have 2 different levels of the pain. If I just get, like, cross-contamination, it'll be intense discomfort and, like, mild stabby pains for 4 to 6 hours, and I'll be super, super drained, no energy, really bloated, lethargic, all that. If I, like, actually eat full-on gluten, sharp stabbing pains for about 3 to 4 days, just intense discomfort, and it feels like my insides are like twisting in on themselves and like they're very bruised. So that.
That's basically me with Crohn's when I have a flare up.
Oh.
In some ways, I wish mine was an allergy thing because then I would be like, well, all I have to do is avoid that food. Whereas with Crohn's, it just does it. And there's like no real, and it's like, oh yeah, you've had the most minute amount of stress today. Die. It's like, cool, thanks. Cool, thanks. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
January.
Like I also have to like not have the gluten because my body is now healed from all of the damage that gluten had done to it. So I'm now no longer anemic, which is great. Like I'm now able to absorb all the actual nutrients from my food so I can be healthier. Whereas if I have the gluten, my body is too focused on killing the gluten that it doesn't process all of the
Yeah.
nutrients and stuffs. So, fun steps.
Nice.
So cute. Good
Whereas
job.
my body just doesn't know how to absorb nutrients anyway, no matter what. It just it doesn't matter. Like they gave me overdose levels of vitamin D last year, and a month after I took it solidly for a month. They redid the blood test, and it still showed that it wasn't even showing up in my bloods, which tells them my body is not absorbing nutrients at all. So I'm basically deficient in everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, cool. How do we fix this?
Yeah.
What's going on in January other than my birthday?
Is this the Aussie meetup?
Can I be an honorary Aussie?
Yes.
Yay.
It might be this, or it's just Sash coming here. Oh, it's the book event thing, romance book event in South Australia.
Not
And Sash
rare, is it?
No. What's it called? Just like romantic something. I don't know. It's all
Sash, send
over
a
my
link. Oh, the romance convention.
Yeah. Yes. Very much yes.
2025. Oh, a romantic affair. Book signing convention, January the 18th, 2025.
Yeah.
Cool. So not my birthday, but close enough that I can consider it a birthday thing.
Yeah, for sure. We shall go. That sounds fun, by the way. But yeah.
Yeah.
That's why Sash's coming. I remembered.
Need to book tickets then.
Yeah, I think tickets were just announced the other day. What I saw. I've been putting a bunch of the author's books on my Kindle.
I will now that I know it's a thing and I'm going to be there for it, I will start to do the same.
It'll be good.
Hey, you should come. Come.
Yeah.
We can just
Come to
like
Adelaide.
set everyone up on your living room floor and just like have a big party.
Just like masses of like mattresses all on the ground and be like, there you go.
I've done that in the past at uni. We turned our living room. We just basically laid out 20 sleeping bags, and it was basically just grab a sleeping bag and sleep where you land. Oh yeah, of course. Duh, 21st.
Is your birthday tomorrow?
Yep.
Rude. I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to figure out a way to get you something.
Right.
Anyways,
sprint.
we sprint so I can sleep eventually.
And we will come back right at the time that Ian comes down.
Lovely.
So he'll probably dip in again. Enjoy.
Hello, hello. How'd you go?
Well, I messaged you a couple of times.
Yeah.
I edited more of the video,
Nice.
and like that clip that I sent you, I genuinely was like, I'm gonna cut that out, and I was like, nah, screw it.
No, you have to leave it in. It's so good.
But it is one of the things that I've kind of said to myself this year is I want to be braver with my singing, and because like there've been multiple vlogs and videos where I have recorded myself singing, where it's like I'll be walking around doing stuff and I'll be singing while I'm doing it, and I'm like, oh, no one wants to hear that, so I cut it out. Whereas now I'm like, no, I want to start actually being more confident and keeping my vocal stuff in. So I was like, well, I'm singing along to a song that I'm talking about. Screw it, I'm going to keep it in.
Definitely.
And then I sat and watched the cat for a bit because she was yelling at birds, and she kept running upstairs and like yelling at Ian, which was hilarious. Like he just came down now and was like, what did you do to her? I was like, well, I threw her out because she was puking. So I think she was like moaning about that. I'm sure I did something else. Oh, I looked up the Romantic Affair, and I was like looking up the authors that have currently come out. Like I said to you, if they announce Nalini Singh, screw bringing clothes, I'm bringing my books. I doubt they will, because she tends to only go to the really big events.
Yeah.
Sort of rare and the big national events, because obviously she's coming from abroad. But I'm just so upset because it's like the one and only time I had a chance to meet her. She came to London about 8 years ago and she hasn't been back since. And she said that she wants to, but it's just a lot of time and effort. And unfortunately, the day that she was there, I came down with flu and I was ill for about 3 weeks. So I just had no chance of getting there. Even though at that time I lived an hour away.
It'll happen one day.
Yeah. How did you get on?
I'm at page 170.
Wait, did you start that today?
Yeah, I started that during the first sprint.
Wow.
Kay Ancrum books are such quick reads. But it's very good. I'm still not like, I don't know how I'm feeling about it. Part of me is like, it doesn't feel like a 5-star, but the other part of me is just like, but how could it not be a 5-star? So it's a bit confusing, but I'm just so intrigued by what is happening to one of these guys. Well, technically, what's happening to both of them because they're both going through it. And then this just weird connection that they have with each other. Not weird, this intense connection that they have, and how that plays into what's happening. And just, oh, my heart aches when this guy, like, his parents suck and they're always away. And his dad promised he'd be home for Christmas and then he wasn't. And he's just like curling up on the ground crying. And I'm like, you poor baby. So sad. But yeah, it's very good. And I'm very much looking forward to finishing it. But I'm not going to try and finish it tonight because I'm very tired. I need to sleep. But yeah, it's awesome.
That sounds pretty good. It still doesn't sound like a book I would read, but it does. Like, I like when people love a book.
Yeah,
although I have, it is an interesting one because I've come up with I've decided I want to film a few book tags to release in the next few months. And most of them are other people's, but there's one that I've been working on for a little while that I was struggling to come up with a name for it.
Yeah.
And I'm still not entirely certain, but I'm thinking it's going to be something like the Backup book tag.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah. Instead of looking at, you normally you look at your main characters, you look at what your favorite genre, your favorite this, your favorite that. Mine's going to be instead looking at like your favorite secondary character, your favorite book in a genre that you don't read very often, a book you want to give a second chance, That was it. I think I'm calling it like the secondary book tag or some. I can't really think of the right name for it, but I like the backup book tag,
backup.
where
Yeah.
it's sort of like you're not going. The idea of it is to make you not think of your first picks, but to go for other things. But one of them is actually that, where it's like a book that you originally had no interest in, but people have convinced you to try. Like House of Hollow for me is one that I had no interest whatsoever, but now I've had 3 different people read it and really enjoy it. Like there's you, Bookishly Michelle, and I think Meredith, maybe. I can't remember who else, but I know at least 3 people have said that, and when they've talked about it, I'm like, okay, maybe. And also What Moves the Dead is another one where it's like, I had no interest, but because of you, I'm now going to read it.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, I agree with Jonah. Give me that book tag immediately.
But I just like the idea of it looking at sort of your backups and substitutes and other favorites rather than just the.
Awesome. So
Like
good.
maybe recommend books you've never seen. Like name 3 books you've never seen mentioned on social media.
Yes, so good.
Kind of like the forgotten.
What books have I never seen?
Yeah, but you can't say them now because then you will have seen them.
True.
Yeah. Well, I've got a few. Like just looking here, I've got a couple. Like I've got a few where I'm like, I've seen them because I've talked about them.
Oh, right, yeah.
So it's like I've seen the only person I've ever seen talk about these books is myself. So I'm like, that doesn't count. So it's like, because I've definitely got at least 3 on those shelves that I've never seen anyone else talk about.
That would be cool.
Nice. You got this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just gone onto there. Where are you seeing this? Because it's not on any of their posts. Or is it in their hang on, is it hang on.
50 books to one person, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Where have they announced that? I know they said it's their 50-year anniversary, so over the course of the year they're giving away 50 things, but I've not seen a thing where it says 50 for one person.
That would be cool though. Erin gave the Wiki King 3.5 because I'm unable to be satisfied. That kind of makes sense. Just yeah, it feels like it's one of those books where it's either you really love it or it's just okay. So I'll be interested to see what I think. But for some reason, the fact that Erin didn't love this, it makes so much sense to me.
No.
I like the backup book tag.
Yeah, because it is kind of like your backup characters, the backup plot. Like I think one of the tag. I'm not going to say all of them, obviously now, because you've got to watch the video. But I think I can't remember all of them off the top of my head either. But one of them's like the subplot was better than the main plot.
Oh,
because there are some
yeah.
books where I don't give a crap. Like, for example, Raven Boys didn't give a crap about the main plot. I was there for the characters and the relationships there and the subplots and the Grey Man. Like his plot, I was way more invested in.
Grey Man.
I didn't care about Glendower. I wanted to know more about the assassins.
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense with me and my brand.
Hello, Brittany. Sorry, this is the last sprint because I gotta go to bed. It's 10:30. Jesus Christ.
I was like, no, it's not. It's only 12. Wait, no, that's you. I mean, I think there's a couple because, like, when I think of you, Jonah, obviously the first one's Brian McClellan, but also Cleo Evans. So you got a couple.
That's true. Stuff that should have made it a 5-star, but it just didn't come together for me. Yeah, that makes sense. Mm. I
Oh yeah, it's
think
right there.
for this book, it will kind of depend on how it wraps up because there's so many things being explored and like the ending is really going to matter for this. Like, oh my
Yeah.
God, I was talking with my friend at lunch today about ghosts, and he loves ghosts, and he was like, but that final episode was a piece of garbage. And I was like, yes. And so we were talking about that. And it's like, it's this kind of situation of if it doesn't do a good ending, it'll kind of ruin a bit there.
There are so many people who loved it, and I'm like, I do not understand how they enjoyed it because it's so bad. Like it just
Yeah,
felt
that's
like
what
an
he was
insult
saying.
to the series.
Yeah,
And it went,
completely
and
goes
I
back
think,
on everything.
yeah, literally, we just watched the episode because like 90% of people would have rewatched the series before watching the finale.
Mm.
And it's like one episode, oh, we're going to stay. This is our home. We're never going to leave. And then the next episode, see ya, suckers. Like,
Yeah, it was such bullshit.
basically,
Like,
watch the show. It's incredible. We love it. Just don't watch the very final episode because it is not worth it. End it at the
yeah.
end of season 5 or 4, whatever it was.
There are so many shows where they're amazing, and then it's like their final season or their final episode. It's just they forget everything that they have done for the past however many years, and they ruin everything.
Criminal
Can
Minds.
it use Supernatural? Yeah, and Criminal. Like we can list them all.
Actually wasn't offended with Supernatural. Considering also when you think it was COVID and they had restrictions with filming and their time frames, I feel
Mm.
they actually did well. And I always said Dean would never become an old man.
No, that is true.
So with what happened in his storyline, I was fine. And I'm one of the rare ones where I haven't watched the rest of the series, but that last episode I watched just to see what happened, and I was actually quite happy with that. I thought they did well, and they were respectful. And the end shot, just being them two and baby, I was like, perfect. But I do
Yeah.
agree. I wish they would refilm it to just sort of do what the creators actually wanted, because even they said they
Mm.
wanted to do it very differently, but they couldn't because of COVID.
Yeah. I just think with
We're
like
trying so
the
hard to not give any
way,
spoilers.
yeah, the way Dean's story ended, it wasn't his blaze of glory that he deserved type thing.
I felt it
And
was right. I felt it was fitting.
it's so simple. It was like, no, how?
Because it goes to show that I kind of saw it as, like a lot of people don't like what happened in the Raven cycle with Noah's character for similar reasons. And I'm the same. I can
Yeah.
kind of see what they were doing, where they were like, we're going to show that, when you don't have that power, when you don't have that guarantee of immortality and resurrection, like
Mm,
it can take the tiniest thing or a big thing. And I thought
yeah,
it was good. I'm on team. I liked it.
that's fair. But then, like, Sam's story as well, it makes sense for the Sam of like the first few seasons, not for the Sam of
Yeah, I
what
will agree
Sam
with
has
that
been
one.
through. Like, it was very annoying.
Wow. It's like £200 worth of books.
Oh, yeah, you got it?
Oh, yeah. I am signing up.
Nice.
Especially as it's UK only.
That'd be really cool if you got it, though.
But thank you, Jonah. If I win, I will send as many of the books over that you want as, if you want any of them, you've got them.
So cool. Oh gosh, there's a part of me that wants to buy the rest of the Ice Planet Barbarian series in like the pretty physical paperbacks because I have the first 4. But I'm like, do I? Do I really want them? And then I look at the uncompleted series on my shelf and I'm like, I think I do.
I'm kind of like in the video that I posted yesterday with my rereads, it's like a couple of them where I've said I want to reread them. It's because I know like the Anita Blake series by Laurel K. Hamilton. I know that series is now at something like 28 books. And I'm like, do I really want to put myself through that? So there's like 3 or 4 of the series that I picked out where it's because I know that there are at least 5 to 7 books minimum.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, do I really want to invest in that bigger series? Because, you know, at least with Nalini, like I'm a little bit annoyed at myself because I'm now 3 behind with one of the series. But at least with Psy Changeling, I have been up to date for the past 10 years.
Nice.
So it's kind of one of those, it doesn't matter. It's not like I'm starting on book. It's why I said with you, it's like, I'm not going to be offended if you don't continue. Because at the end of the day, when you put both like arcs, because she splits them into arcs, the first arc is like 14 books. And now we're at book 7 of the next one or something. So it's like there's 20 odd books in this series. I'm not going to be offended if people decide not to pick it up.
Yeah.
But I'm also like, I know there are some series where they are that long, and it's just like everyone's like, you need to read them. They're so good. And I'm like, well, we'll see. I'll give at least the first 3 a try.
Yeah. Yeah.
How can you hate it?
It has its ups and downs, but you gotta stay there for Dean.
I mean, earlier seasons are just peak. Like after the first 4 seasons, as Eric Kripke originally planned it to only be a 4-season series. All right, they were
the first 5 were good.
That was it, 5, end of 5. Because end of 5 was the whole God storyline. Yeah. That was what he planned and wrote and pitched to the, and that was when he was the most invested. It was after he dropped out at the end of 5 when they were like, we want to renew it. He was like, well, I want to do other projects. I don't want to stay on. So they agreed for him to, he agreed to stay on, I think, for 3 more seasons. And then after season 8, he was just like, I'll be here for questions, but I'm not taking any like responsibility for the series anymore. And he moved on to then do like The Boys and stuff like that, which
incredible. Was that series. About the time when the Leviathan happened? That makes sense. That makes sense.
Like following up the God storyline with all of that, the angels and the demons, and sending Lucifer back to hell, to following up with the Leviathans immediately after.
Oh, it was so bad.
Whenever I do rewatches, the only reason I watch any of the Leviathan series is Charlie. It's the only reason for watching it, because Felicia Day, absolute queen.
So
I
good.
absolutely love her.
What is Turbo Hell?
I have no idea.
Jonah, educate us, please. Cuties.
This is basically me and Ren when we're in each other's houses. It's just going to be my books are your books.
Yup, pretty much.
I'm not bringing my bookcases over. I'd love to. Oof. Yeah, I feel like the one when I reread Guilty Pleasures a couple of years ago, and I remember feeling like this is kind of very sort of Southern vampire mysteries, the True Blood books, kind of this very 90s 2000s quality vampire stories, and so that's why I'm a little bit like not really sure.
They could be good though, like trash good.
Maybe. I've got my trash good series. I've got the Kitty Norval series, and that's like 15 books that I need to get back onto this year because I'm starting to forget. Yeah. It was funny.
There was a lot of things that happened.
Oh yeah, like the Tinkerbell episode.
Oh, so good.
Hilarious, but at the same time, you're like, how did that even get greenlit?
For sure.
Like, even the actors were like, what?
Turbo Hill's a supernatural thing?
Oh. Well, A, I don't watch the
They
Spanish
call
translation.
it
B, I'm not.
Turbo Hill?
So I think by the time the finale came out, I'd stopped watching it and I wasn't part of any of the fan forums for any of it. So I just didn't, that's not a thing I've ever seen.
I've never heard the term Turbo Hell, but
No.
like the place Cass was sent to, wasn't that just like where the void? It was just like the void. That's what I just called it. It was just the void place. I didn't know it was called Turbo Hell.
Oh, maybe I think it was originally like in the English, it was like said Super Hell, but the Spanish translation got it wrong, so they wrote Turbo Hell. That's what I on a very, very quick Google search.
All the gays go to Turbo Hell.
But still, it's like
But like that hell is just everyone who goes to sleep.
I don't know.
I was very confused.
Also, I think it leans into the fact that it depends on where you sit because so many people are adamant about Dean and Castiel being gay. And I'm like, as much as I'm all for queer rep, not everything has to be gay. And like, while there were some moments where I was like, at his core, Dean, if anything, would have been more on the homophobic side. If we are realistic and he was a real person, he would be quite homophobic.
With his upbringing.
And his attitudes and his bro man, and you just know that he would be he wouldn't be like one of those screaming it from the rooftops, but he would definitely be if there was a gay person in the room and like outwardly gay, he would probably avoid them just in case they hit on him or something. He would be that kind of dude. I this is just my opinion. I love Dean. He is my favorite character, but I'm also under no illusion that if he was a real person, like Castiel, yeah, gay as fuck. I can totally see that, but Dean, I don't think would ever go there.
To me, Dean's always been very bisexual.
I've never really, unless it's one of those like he's hyper masculine to cover up the fact. I just never picked up any kind of gay vibes from him, and I've always kind of been a bit uncomfortable with the Destiel thing. I'm like, I don't see it personally. But I'd rather see Destiel than Wincest.
Oh, yeah.
That's just wrong.
Gosh, they went so hard on that in the first season. It was always a joke of, oh, you're gonna have like a queen bed. He's like, no, we want like two separate beds. Like, oh, are you together? It's like, no, we're brothers. It's like you didn't have to keep repeating that in like every episode. But then apparently,
no, I think if Dean loved Castiel, it was more as like a brother. Like he saw him as another brother, or even like a sort of a kid. Ah, that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, Dean doesn't say anything in the English version, but he's like, he knows what Cass is going to say. You can see it in his eyes. He's like, I know what you're going to do. Don't fucking do it.
I won't cope if you do it. Maybe also because obviously I stopped watching it around about when, like, with the Mary storyline, like then the Men of Letters. So what, that's season 9 or 10, I think, something like, no, about 12, 11. I kind of completely stopped watching it at that point. So maybe I've missed a few bits that have led to that, but it's just at that point and knowing Dean, that's how I read it.
Yeah, definitely a closeted bisexual for me, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
It's so sad. I can't think about that scene without like immediately wanting to cry. It's so good.
If anyone deserved to just live a normal human happy life, it was Cass.
So true. That's all he wanted. Go take a
It's
photo
like
of that.
a plus ultra for the gays.
Yeah. Oh, so good. All right. It is
Right,
10 to
you-
11. I'm really friggin' tired.
I was gonna say you are flagging,
Majorly.
and I want to try and get enough daylight today to film, but don't think that's happening.
You've already done heaps today.
Yeah, but I want to get this video edited, and I kind of want to film 2 or 3 TikToks, so at least they're filmed and ready. Oh, yeah, it's pigeons. I got a little. I saw a pigeon and a magpie start a fight earlier.
Do not make this a thing, Jonah. Please.
I now really need to pee. Oh my God. I didn't realize I needed to pee until that. Oh my God, he absolutely would.
He would. He really would. Oh,
On that note, crazy people.
yeah. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Congrats to all the progress in everything that people made. No.
I don't make the rules. I just break them.
Ain't that the truth? But yes, thank you, Kirsty, for being here and getting me to actually do sprints instead of just gaming all night.
I mean,
Yes.
tomorrow you can now game all day.
Max and I are going shopping.
Sorry, Erin's.
No. Oh, that's adorable.
I'm aware that was extremely loud, and I'm sorry if anyone was wearing headphones, but that just caught me off guard. This is an image of Erin dancing around a coffee table.
Oh my gosh.
You're gonna have the weirdest dreams tonight.
I really have.
I'll be asleep when you wake up, but send me a message and tell me all about them.
I shall. Yes.